Here's the 2-1.
Hi, I'm Barry Bonds, Barad, recording artists, actors, and athletes against drunk driving. In my league, we hit home runs without a designated hitter. But if you want to get home safe, there should always be a designated driver. So when you're with someone who is drinking, take their keys. Call a cab or drive them home yourself. Because friends don't let friends drive drunk.
Play ball.
When it all started, it started back in June. 17, 18, and 19-year-olds in the Cleveland County Mack. It was 8 teams with one goal, to reach here today at the Cleveland City Championship game right here from Gordon Park. Hi, I'm Tim Wells, and as always, my partner's in the house, Adam Mendoza. And Adam, when you look at these two teams, you have the team that you expected to be here, and you got the team that really didn't expect to be here.
Well, you look at it, Gunning Park comes into this game 10-0, undefeated on the season, while Morgana, they come into this championship game with a regular season record of 1-7. But as you know, if you make a run in the playoffs and the cards fall into place, you can get to the championship game, and that is what Morgana has done, as they have run off 3 straight playoff wins against the top teams in Cleveland County Mack to get to this championship game.
When you look at the keys to this game, we talked to both coaches before the ball game, and we asked them what were the keys to the game. And Adam, it was very clear. Both of them are thinking very similar as far as defense. We think defense is going to play a role today. Obviously, you talk about good control. The gunning the coaches, we've got to have good control. We've got to throw strikes. And on the other side, both of them are looking for hitting. I mean, it's a real simple game as far as they're concerned, but I think when you look at the Morgana team that's 1-7, their difference is they're playing better defense here in the playoffs. They've gotten the pitching, and that's what's made them a hot club right now.
And one of the things that the coaching staff does not want to happen is this team, if they were to get down early and lose focus, that could be the demise of this team coming into this championship game. They've got a lot riding on it. When you look at it, 3 straight wins in the playoffs and only 1 regular season win, they really have their sights set very high.
And the Gunning Park coaches are, again, an excellent group of coaches. They've been together for a couple of years. Kawayan Vasquez is a graduate from Lincoln West, and he's been in the championship game in 2002. He was back there then. He lost, so he's looking for better results this time. He's a fun coach to play for, and his helper, Ruben Davila, the assistant coach, again, he's been real strong with fundamentals on their end. When you look at their key players, Adam, really Gunning brings in some players that are very familiar to TV 23.
Well, you look at it, you have Ruben Davila, he's a great hitter, hitting .550 on the season, solid defensive skills, and then you have Pete Bircher. We saw him pitching for John Marshall in the last couple of Senate championships, a solid .600 hitter, also who is a very good pitcher. And then Eddie Blake, who was one of the top players in the Cleveland area in high school baseball, has all the tools as a catcher. And then you got Ryan Corrigan, the center fielder, a good kid who can really is a good, strong pitcher, loves the game, and very strong out in the field.
Well, we've looked at Gunning. Now you take a look at Morgana, and we can call it a Cinderella season. Dennis Strauss has been coaching for a long time on the area sandlots. He's very familiar with the Morgana League. He's on the right. Again, Dennis Mulhill's been the guy helping him. And again, you talk about a guy that's been through the trenches. They've been here in 2000 and 2001, back-to-back MAC championships. So he knows what it means for the kids to play well in the playoffs. And he talked to us about it before the game, about playing well during the season really doesn't mean that much if you can get hot in the playoffs, and that's exactly what we did. But it was the key players that came up big for him, Adam.
And his big key player has been Wallace Richardson, the right-handed pitcher, a power pitcher that can really dominate a ball game. And then his battery mate, Adam Papushik, he calls a very smart game, a tough defensive catcher. Then you have the third baseman, Joe Hardy, hitting .487 on the season. Good hitter, very good on the defensive side, and can make some big plays, as well as Gene Thompson, the first baseman. He's a good contact hitter and also a tough left-handed pitcher.
Yeah, so some outstanding players for today's game. without further ado, we're going to go over to the PA announcer, Edwin Santiago, for the player introductions.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Gordon Park for the 2004 Connie Mack League Championship. Introducing first, in the maroon jerseys with the white lettering, the Morgana team. Their coach, their manager, Dennis Strauss. Assistant coach, Mr. Dennis Mohal. Their scorer, Jeanette Chicksaw. Wearing number 4, Rick Angeloni. And their starting lineup, wearing number 5, the catcher, Adam Papashak. The shortstop wears number 7, Chris Brooks. Wearing number 16, pitching today, Wallace Richardson. Wearing number 10, playing first base, Gene Thompson. The third baseman, number 11, Joe Hardy. Playing left field, wearing number 3, Jeff Andrewson. Playing center field, wearing number 17, Norm Shipley Jr. Wearing number 9, playing second base, Matt Castile. The right fielder, number 13, James Stafford. The extra hitter in the lineup, number 14, Dan Mohal. And from Gunning Park, the Gunning Park Gators, their manager, Kawarian Vasquez. Their assistant coach, Ruben Davila Sr. Wearing number 7, James Kelty. Wearing number 9, Nick Minch. Number 1 is Nate Harper. And the starting lineup for Gunning Park, number 22, the shortstop, Ruben Davila II. Doing the pitching, number 18, Pete Bircher. The extra hitter in the lineup, number 11, Ryan Smith. Doing the catching, wearing number 6, Eddie Blake. Playing center field, number 10, Ryan Corrigan. Number 17, first baseman, Anthony Barber. Playing left field, wearing number 8, Derek Blake. Playing third base, wearing number 16, Joe Johnston. The right fielder, number 14, Alan Walker Jr. Second baseman, number 12, Stephen Sidrak. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you all rise and welcome Miss Melissa Martinez, who will sing our national anthem.
By the dawn's early light, oh, the ramparts we won were so gallantly streaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Well, there you have it, Adam. Both teams introduced here today, and we talked a little bit about the Connie Mack League. Again, it'll be Gunning Park Recreation in green and the Morgana team in red. You can talk Cinderella team 1-7, gets hot in the playoffs, wins 3 straight. And also the Gunning team, a perfect season, and they need one more to finish it off, and usually that last one's the toughest. Again, singing the anthem today was Melissa Martinez. She's a graduate of Lincoln West High School. She received her bachelor's degree from the University of Akron. She's also an elementary music teacher, a performer of the arts, sings opera, R&B band, and country. So now they're going to go to our first pitch. John Carter of the Cleveland Indians. And he works in the Community Relations Department, and he'll be throwing to Eddie Blake. So you're looking at the gunning team around their coach.
Very good form for John Carter, former player in the Indians organization.
Good arm, I'll tell you.
Also,
he can get it there.
He was also in the Mets and Pirates organization as well as the Indians organizations. And, you know, I had a chance to talk to him, and he talks about, you know, this is basically grassroots level baseball where, you know, it's possibly the stars of the future come out when you look at these young kids.
You're absolutely right. And
if you look at Cleveland Baseball Federation and some of the players that have played in the many years of the CBF, you look at Jerry Dubzinski, who went down to play at Cleveland State University, Sal Bando, Chris Bando. You know, all these are players that played in Cleveland Baseball Federation that you know of and I know of because we've been in this organization as growing up, and they've gone on to bigger and better things, not just on the baseball field, but also in life as a business person or whatever.
Yeah, just like the young man, Tim Lejeune, over at with the Seattle Mariners. You know, he started right at Low Park with the CBF program. Again, the Cleveland Baseball Federation is the sponsor of the program. We've had help from a lot of their sponsors. And later on through the telecast, we're going to talk to the president of the Cleveland Baseball Federation. If we take a look at the umpires, and again, on the left is John Hackey, 5 years, graduate of Holy Name High School. He's an insurance instructor for Liberty Mutual. First base in the middle is Lester White, 11 years as an umpire, graduate of East High. He's retired. And Gary Bauman, a 6-year umpire, also a graduate of Solon High in the building industry. So obviously when you look at the umpires, Adam, you have to think about the rules and how they're going to play a role today.
Well, pretty much it's a basic, simple sandlot rule, 7-inning game. Bases are 90 feet. The pitching distance 60 foot, 6 inches apart. There is an additional hitter allowed mandatory play. The starters can re-enter, and then we also have the speed-up rules for an intentional walk and a courtesy runner for the catcher. I believe if it's 2 outs, if the catcher gets on base, he can have a courtesy runner. This way he can get suited up quickly. Because I know, being a former catcher, you always try to get as much time as you can trying to suit up after running the bases and whatnot, and then putting on the tools of ignorance. And so we're going to be set now.
Let's talk about the Morgana team. You know, obviously it was defense and pitching, but a pretty good hitting lineup. Let's start with their starting lineup. Let's take a look at it, Adam.
Well, as we look at their starting lineup, the first batter will be Adam Papashak, a catcher hitting .315, followed by Chris Brooks, then the pitcher Wallace Richardson, then Gene Thompson, the first baseman, followed by Joe Hardy. Then it's Jeff Anderson, Norm Shipley in center field, Matt Castile is in center field, James Stafford in right field, and Dan Mullen is the extra hitter. So we've had our first pitch of the ball game, and that went in as we are ready for this ball game as Adam Papashak quickly goes to a 2 balls and no count. Pete Bircher there on the mound for Gunning Park, and Pete Bircher, graduate of John Marshall High School, as he brings in a breaking ball for a strike. 18-year-old right-handed pitcher. Really has a good mix of different pitches. He'll come at you with a fastball and a curveball, possibly throw a changeup. That time he goes on the low part of the outside part of the plate for a ball, and that'll run the count. 2-3-1 to Adam Papashak, who's hitting .315 on the season, an 11th grader out of South High School. That one right down the pipe for a strike. And overcast day here at Gordon Park. Intermittent showers. Temperatures expected to reach 68 degrees and then drop out as the night goes on, as that breaking ball misses up high, and Papashak gets on base with the first walk of the game. And for Pete Bircher, we saw him in the Senate Championships for the last couple of years. Good control, but he's really going to have to keep his control early in this ball game.
And you're right, Adam. It's truly one of the things that they talked about. Throw strikes and get ahead early.
That one hit by Chris Brooks to second. They get him out at second base on the throw out.
Again, we'll take a look at the Gunning defense in a minute here, folks. First chance we get to show it to you. But Steven Sidwick is their second baseman as he tossed the Davila at second and tried to turn to 2. They came up with 1 on the force.
So that'll bring up the pitcher, Wallace Richardson. And that one misses on the outside part of the plate. Wallace Richardson, South High, hitting .500 on the year. This is a kid that can really dominate a game with his arm, and he hits this one in the left field. A pop fly. The left fielder is there, and the wind grabs a hold of it, and Derek Blake was not able to get a hold of it, so they advance the runners. So Brooks will go over to second base as Richardson gets on the error, as Derek Blake was underneath it, but the wind at the last moment blew in from left field and blew it towards center field and got away from the left fielder. So that'll bring in Gene Thompson. Takes that first pitch and swings and misses. Gene Thompson on the year, hitting .424 out of Garfield Heights, a senior. Here comes the pitch. This one a line shot, base hit. That should score 1 as the right fielder Walker picks it up. Here comes the play at the plate, and it's going to be not in time as Morgana gets out on top easily with a 1-0 lead from the single from Gene Thompson, as Brooks scores from second base easily. Thompson over at first on the single with the RBI, and Wallace Richardson heads over to third.
Well, again, Adam, you talk about this inning. You start out with the walk, then you get the force, and then you have the you can call it an error, a blown ball. Could have been caught. The wind got a hold of it, and then they come up with a key hit.
And that'll bring Joe Hardy up to the plate. Hardy gets tattooed in the back, and that will load up the bases. So Morgana now, the underdog story of the season in Connie Mack, is there you see the batter getting hit. And so Hardy is on first base as he is hit by a pitch, and the catcher, Eddie Blake, talking to Pete Bircher. And that will bring up Jeff Andrewson, 11th grader from Cleveland Central Catholic, hitting .260 on the season. And the bases are loaded for Morgana in the first inning. They're up 1-0. At time, Bircher comes in hard with a fastball for a strike. So, Tim, we see Morgana now taking advantage of the error.
Again, you can see the middle of the infield's playing back. Bircher's the type of pitcher that he has to mix it up. He's got a nice curveball. He'll need a strikeout here, and he's ahead 0-2.
Used a nice breaking ball that last time on Anderson. Bircher, another breaking ball. That one hit on the ground. Shortstop over to 2, gets him out easily, and they get the double play.
There's a big play by the defense. We'll take a look at it here. Again, the ground ball, and you can see Davila to Sidrak, and look at the turn here. Stayed focused, and a nice stretch by the first baseman, Anthony Barber. So, Adam, it could have been a lot worse. You get 1 run, but again, they had the bases loaded and couldn't come up with but the 1 run. Now we're going to take a look at the Gunning team and their starting lineup, and a pretty potent one that it is.
Oh, absolutely, Tim. When you look at it, leading off will be Ruben Davila, the shortstop, hitting .324 on the season, followed by the pitcher, Pete Bircher. Then it's Ryan Smith, the extra hitter. In the cleanup spot will be Eddie Blake, hitting .620 on the season, followed by Ryan Corrigan, Anthony Barber at first base, Derek Blake, then Joe Johnston, Alan Walker Jr., and Steven Swider.
And when you look at the Morgana defense, this has been the key to them in the playoffs. They've been able to pick up the baseball and make better defensive plays. I saw them earlier in the year, and their biggest sore thumb was the defense. But when it came down to it, the guys in the middle, Chris Brooks and Matt Castile, have solidified the infield. Papacek has really done a nice job for him behind the plate, and Gene Thompson's a vacuum over at first. And we had a chance to catch up with the manager before the game and his views on his starting pitcher today, Wallace Richardson.
My starting pitcher today is Wallace Richardson. He's a fireballer. Pretty good control. Okay, he throws 3 pitches, fastball, curve, and a slider, and a changeup, actually 4. And if he's got control, he's going to be right on the money all day. Hopefully he does the job and does it well.
Well, there you see on the mound Wallace Richardson, the pitcher for Morgana, and well, as we get set for the bottom of the first inning in Gunning Park, up to the plate, Ruben Davila, the shortstop, hitting .324, the first hitter. One of the all-league Connie Mack All-Stars in this game, a graduate of Lincoln West in 2004, and Lincoln West winning the city championships at Jacobs Field earlier this spring. That one from Richardson goes for a ball, and Tim, we've talked about it, that Richardson is a power pitcher, but the big key for him has been control, if he can be it.
He's been to a tryout camp already with the Atlanta Braves, and they've clocked him, they said, in the 90. But the issue is you can throw as hard as that, but you're going to have to control it.
At times he brings a fastball.
That's going to be the whole key. Can he throw strikes? That's a big factor. Now, during the playoffs, he has. He's been around the plate, thrown strikes, and the defense has played well behind him.
Took a little bit off that one for a strike.
Come on, Ruben.
Runs the count to 1 ball and 2 strikes. As we said, Richardson at 6 foot. Eyes in the sign. Fires a strike on the outside part of the plate for a strikeout. So Davila goes down swinging on a fastball on the outside part of the plate, and that'll bring up the pitcher, Pete Bircher. So it'll be real interesting to see what this Richardson kid can do as he brings the heat once again. That one fired foul, and Bircher is behind on the swing.
Yeah, and you're going to have that, especially as the ball game goes on. One of the keys is the balls that are away from them, the right-handed hitters have to go to right field with it. Anytime you try to pull it, you're going to end up hitting ground balls. And I think if they show some patience too, this is the kind of guy where you want him to throw a lot of pitches. Otherwise, you don't want to see him here in the 7th inning and still have a lot left.
Richardson fires, tries a breaking ball that I think had too much, and it didn't break, and it went up top.
Yeah.
And I think for Richardson, you could have that 90-mile-an-hour fastball, but if you could add with it a nice changeup, that can really keep batters off balance. That one fouled away again.
I like that swing because you could tell Bircher was trying to take the ball the other way. He realized, hey, we're not going to try to pull this guy. I got to go with the pitch.
So with Richardson, as we said, at 6 foot, 150 pounds, good speed, tremendous arm, and we're seeing that early on in this ballgame with Morgana leading it 1-0. And Pete Bircher, no slouch himself on the pitcher's mound. That one pounded into the ground, foul. And it looks like Bircher has now come up with the timing on it.
Yeah, Richardson has faced some good teams in the playoffs. He faced the team, the West Anson League, called the Mud Dogs, that are a good hitting team. Gunning is pretty much on their par. If you looked at all those averages, they make contact for the most part.
Pulled the string on that one and got him swinging for another strikeout. That's his 2nd strikeout of the game.
And again, a nice setup. A lot of fastball, and he catches him on the curveball. If he can throw the curveball for strikes at him, it's going to be a long night for the Gunning team.
Well, there you see Richardson now facing Ryan Smith, the extra hitter. That one in the dirt and off our camera bay behind home plate. Richardson once again. He'll rock and fire. Oh, he is really mixing it up very nicely. That one in for a strike. 1-1 to count. Ryan Smith, out of Holy Name, a graduate this year in 2004, takes that one to the outside part of the plate for a strike. Runs the count at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Did he go on that one? They check down the first base side, and they'll say he held it, so the count is now 2-2. For Ryan Smith, 3 home runs on the season. 5'10", 170-pounder. That one getting away from Richardson, and Richardson showing a little bit of frustration right now.
As the game goes on, I think the more comfortable he becomes, the tougher he becomes. The only thing is you have to show patience with this type of pitcher.
Here comes the pitch from Richardson on another breaking ball, and that one goes for a ball on the outside part of the plate. And that'll get the first hitter for Gunning Park on base, and that is Ryan Smith with a walk. And that brings up the ever-deadly Eddie Blake. Tim, we saw him play for the last couple of years for John Marshall, and he has been a big leader for the Lawyers as they were a couple times city champions in the Senate League, and now leading his gunning team to this championship game as well.
Big RBI hitter, as you mentioned, Adam. You're right, with the John Marshall team. This team won the city championship 2 years ago. They've been there this past season. But also a very solid player, knows how to play the game.
Will be heading to Myers University in the fall as a freshman, and the ball gets away, and that's going to send the runner on the wild pitch. And that is going to be the problem right now, as Richardson is going to have to get control on his throws as the wild pitch goes against Wallace Richardson, and that'll send Ryan Smith over to second base in scoring position. And that one fouled off the umpire's face mask and took him back a couple of steps on that fastball.
You take a look at the swing here. Again, a high fastball. Blake had a good level swing at it, but I don't think that's his hitting zone. I think he just got a little antsy there.
Richardson looks in for the sign, and he delivers that one, and that one is getting away from the catcher once again as it gets away from Papashak, and that sends the runner over to third base. Give that an E on the catcher that time.
Adam, you were a catcher at one time, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. When I look back at catching, this used to frustrate me when I was a coach. If I had a guy that wasn't getting the ball to me, I'd tell my catcher, your job is to go out and throw me the ball. I don't want to be chasing it.
You got to
all
go
night
out
long.
there and you just got to tell him, hey, throw some strikes, just like that time. Really settle him down. But that last time, it wasn't the pitcher's fault. The catcher just did not hang on to the ball.
You're absolutely right. Well, big situation here, 3-2, man on third.
Richardson fires that one, and that one's fouled away as Eddie Blake just really swung, just trying to make contact to keep the ball in play. So Eddie Blake with a runner at third base. Gunning Park down 1-0 as Richardson comes in. He fires, breaking ball. That one down on the ground, and a foul ball on the first base side. And what we have seen today, Tim, has been anything that's hit is the first base side.
Again, you have to give him credit. Again, a curveball away. They're trying to go with the pitch.
Richardson comes in, off the pitcher's glove, and that will score a run. And they get him out over at first base. So Morgana.
Well, let's take a look at it here. Beecher, you can see right here, Eddie Blake goes with the ball. He's looking at it as he goes. It's off the pitcher's glove. But again, give Richardson credit. He stayed with it. And again, they just get him at first base on a nice play by Wallace Richardson.
Oh, Wallace Richardson in that inning, 19 pitches, 13 strikes, 6 balls.
Adam, let's take a look. We didn't get a chance to take a look at the gunning defense. And since we have the opportunity now, on the gunning defensive side, we saw what the middle of that infield could do in the first inning. Ruben Davila and Steven Sidrak turned to their first double play. You got Joe Johnson at third base. You got Ryan Corrigan, he's in center, and he can go get them. Derek Blake, Alan Walker. But to me, the big leader of this team is their catcher, without any doubt in my mind, Edward Blake. He's been able to do it. Again, Pete Bircher, we saw him in the first inning, but we had a chance to catch up with Kay Vasquez before the game to find out his views on his starting pitcher today.
My starting pitcher for tonight is Pete Bircher. Bircher's got a great fastball, good curveball. He keeps players off balance.
Well, again, as you can see, Adam, 1-0 here in the top of 2. Pete Bircher, the Morgana team, off to a good start.
And with Morgana coming up in this inning, it'll be Shipley, Castile, and James Stafford the 7, 8, and 9 hitters, as that one goes in for a strike for Norm Shipley, 12th grader, South High School, hitting .230 on the season. That went in again for a strike, 0-2 in the count. 17-year-old right-handed hitter, pretty much square up in the stance as Bircher comes in, breaking ball, and gets him swinging. That is the first strikeout of the ball game for Pete Bircher. As we take a look at the replay, waiting for the pitch, waiting, and then it just went to the outside part and got him swinging.
Yeah,
So
Norm Shipley, again, trying to pull a curveball on the outside corner. 9 times out of 10, you're going to get caught swinging on that kind of a pitch.
And that brings up the center fielder, Mack Castile, hitting .333 on the season as the count goes quickly to 1-1 on the batter. Castile will be heading to Kent State University, a .333 hitter. Bircher hasn't really found his rhythm in this ballgame early on. Morgana getting 1 run in the first inning. They have the lead. This one is hit on the ground, picked up by Davila. He'll throw him out easily over to Anthony Barber for the out. 2 outs in the inning, and that brings up James Stafford. As you take a look at the replay, Tim, nice
look
hit.
at it here, Matt Castile. Again, you hit it to the wrong guy. He just looks so smooth. Kind of reminds me of a guy that we see at Jacobs Field all the time.
He's got
Has fun enjoying the game.
breaking pitch that time. And, you know, when you look at shortstops in the major leagues, and one person you look at, Omar Vizquel, that fluid movement over at shortstop, just working the magic of playing that shortstop position. James Stafford, the right fielder, hitting .320 on the year. Count goes to 1-1, and Bircher is looking to make quick work of this inning as he has gone through two batters early on. That time he misses on a little bit of a changeup, taking something off that pitch for the outside part of the plate. Eddie Blake behind the mound, or behind the plate for Gunning, as Bircher gets the sign. Here comes the pitch from the windup. Breaking ball for a strike as that one breaks over the place nicely. 2 strikes on the batter. And for Stafford, coach says he just needs to work on his hitting for this left-handed hitter. Fastball goes right down the pipe, and Stafford goes down swinging. So it's 3 up and 3 down for Morgana as we head towards the bottom of the second inning. As you see that pitch that time, as Stafford got his head looking away, and that time comes in for the strikeout. So it was a quick 1-2-3 inning for Gunning Park and Pete Bircher. So we played 1.5 innings as we head towards the bottom half of the second. We'll take this time out on CLV TV 23.
Things can get pretty ugly when you're bored. In an after-school program, you can find something way better to do.
Excuse me. I've been getting mixed messages about women and violence. I need a little clarification. Uncle Bill, how am I supposed to grow up to respect women when I have such lousy role models?
Boys are never going to approach you.
Can you help me reshape my attitudes towards women?
You need to teach them that violence against women is wrong.
And welcome back to Gordon Park as Ryan Corrigan hits to the pitcher for a 1-3 out in the first inning, and for Wallace Richardson making easy work of the batter, that was Ryan Corrigan, and that brings up Anthony Barber in the bottom of the second inning. Morgana leads this game 1-0. They scored a run in the first inning as that one is
is a ball up high for the batter, Anthony Barber. Barber, a graduate of Tri-County High. Big guy, plays first base. 480 hitter, 6 foot, 250 pounds. A big kid up at the plate on the right-hand side of the plate. And that fastball running a little bit inside from Wallace Richardson, in for a ball. Richardson has some very good movement on his pitches as he rocks and fires. Little change up in there for a strike. 2 balls and 1 strike on the batter. And for a power pitcher like Richardson, that changeup and off-speed stuff is going to be key, as that time a curveball goes in for a strike, and that brings the count to 2-2. As we said, Richardson has been looked at by the Atlanta Braves, and they have clocked him in a tryout at 90+ miles an hour. 2 strikes on the batter. Breaking ball to the to the second baseman. Castillo could not hang on to it as it goes off the heel of his glove and into the outfield as Anthony Barber gets on.
Now you look here, see how he goes with the pitch? And again, you can see it's right off the heel of the glove. So the first error in the ball game goes to the second baseman from Morgana.
And now that will bring up Derek Blake, who takes a strike. Derek Blake, 5'11", 195-pound freshman out of Tri-C. Bats from both sides of the plate. 425 hitter. As Richardson misses on the outside part of the plate. And now the key, Tim, is Gunning has a runner on base. Can they take advantage of the error of Morgana?
Well, the one thing I've noticed here in the second inning, we haven't seen one ball get past the catcher. Now, either he's settling down and he's getting used to the mound, and him and Papacek are on the same page right now.
Fastball comes in as you hear the glove pop of the catcher, Adam Papacek, and that went in for a strike. And Tim, we have a very good vantage point of Richardson's pitches and how they are moving around, as Papacek could not hang on to the ball. It is a strikeout looking for the batter, but the runner advances over to second base. So Anthony Barber now at second base, and that's the 3rd strikeout for Richardson in the game.
Yeah, he's starting to feel a little bit more comfortable out there.
Joe Johnston comes up to the plate, a 12th grader from John Marshall, 5'8", 165 pounds. That fastball hitting the upper right 90 of the strike zone for a strike. So with Anthony Barber at second, 2 outs. That one fouled down the first base side once again. Gunning Park came into this game 10-0 on the season. In the playoffs, they beat Zelma George 16-4 and beat the Obal Senators 11-3. Foul tip, strikeout, and the catcher, Papacek, hangs on to the ball. So the error does no damage for Gunning Park, as they go down very quickly. No runs, no hits, 1 error. It's still Morgana 1-0.
Well, we told you before the program that the Cleveland Baseball Federation is a main sponsor of the program. They're the ones that help fund it. They put it all together. It's all their funding basically that makes this happen. They're the ones that actually make it happen. And we have a little video that we want to show you about what they took place this past summer. It's summertime. Time to fill our City of Cleveland ballparks.
Well, during the presentation of that video, Dan Mulhall grounded out to the pitcher, to Pete Bircher, for the first out of the inning, and that brings up Adam Papashak, the catcher, as he grounds this one to the third baseman. Picked up by Johnston. Long throw over to first base, and they get him 2 up, 2 down. Some nice slick fielding there by the third baseman, Joe Johnston, for the second out of the inning, and that brings up Chris Brooks, who got on a fielder's choice back in the first inning and then scored from the RBI hit by Gene Thompson. So Pete Bircher comes inside and misses for a ball. Bircher, 22 pitches in this game so far, 11 in the first inning, 11 in the second inning. Now he quickly goes back. Another ball thrown by Bircher. As we said, Brooks, a 500th hitter on the season. 2 balls and 1 strike. After the miss by Brooks, Wallace Richardson, the on-deck hitter for Morgana. Line shot foul down the third base side. Well, he got around on that one very quickly, Tim.
Yes, he did. Again, he got a pitch, he hung it up inside, and they told us that this young man is a competitor. You know, he's very intense, but he comes to play. He's a quiet kid, but he definitely comes to play.
Former North Olmsted Eagle, graduated in 2004. Sweet! Sit down that time as the breaking ball goes over for the strike, and another 1, 2, 3 inning for Pete Bircher. 3 up, 3 down.
So, Adam, we talked a little bit about the Cleveland Baseball Federation, and we saw just a little glimpse of what they do. It starts with T-ball. It goes on to Little F, the Rookie League, Little F, Big F, Mickey Mantle, Connie Mack. All of it is part of CLV TV 23 this year. And obviously, at the beginning of the next inning, you had a chance to talk to John Carter of the Cleveland Indians about their role and how they help the Baseball Federation, and it should be something pretty interesting.
It is. When you look at it, when you look at the game of baseball, and we've talked about this over the years, at one point in time, really, when you're looking at baseball in the inner city, it was almost dying. And then back in 10 years ago, when you had the Jacobs Field being built and the resurgence of the Cleveland Indians, that also sent the resurgence of hardball in the city of Cleveland, as you look at the different hardball leagues that are growing and the number of kids participating in hardball in the city over the years.
And again, when you look at the Cleveland Baseball Federation, a lot of times you think about leagues and what it is, but we'll have a chance to talk to Rich Copeland, the president, later on about their numbers. I mean, I know last year there were over 8,000 kids that they served, and they've done more than just talk about baseball. They talk about life skills and some other things, and that'll be interesting to hear them, and also what the viewers at home can do to help promote the Cleveland Baseball Federation to keep this mission going.
Because the numbers are constantly growing of the number of kids playing in the Cleveland Baseball Federation throughout the years and as the years go on. So as we head towards the bottom of the third inning, it'll be Alan Walker, Steve Swerdrak, and Ruben Davila up for Gunning Park as Richardson lets that one get away. Richardson so far, his first inning he threw 19 pitches. Second inning he threw 13. Let's see if he can cut down the number of pitches as we progress.
Strong kid. You can see that.
Well, Johnston at 5'8", 165 pounds, out of John Marshall. Base hit down the first base line.
Oh, they called it foul. You can tell by the coach's reaction, just foul.
Not by much. 2 balls, 1 strike to Alan Walker Jr., the right fielder. He'll call timeout. Well, I think I don't want to jinx it. I was going to talk about we may have gotten and dodged the rain so far.
Oh, gee, there's...
But it is an overcast sky here at Gordon Park as a breaking ball in for a strike as Walker looking back at the umpire saying, "Are you sure?" Yeah, from my vantage point, that looked like a good strike there, catching a bit of the corner. As we said, Richardson comes in very much a power pitcher, 90-mile-an-hour fastball, can pull the string on the breaking ball. That one lined out to the second baseman, Mack Castile, for the easy out. One up, one down. And he got a good piece of it that time.
Yeah, they're starting to get the feel of it. Now remember, the gunning team has not gone through the lineup yet because we have that additional hitter. And again, Steve Sidrick, their second baseman.
That one fouled back.
That'll be the real question. Once they've seen him a couple times, will they be able to do something?
And the wind now blowing in from left field off Lake Erie. So anything up in the air, the outfielders are going to have to really hustle in for the ball because it is going to get knocked down by this wind off the lake today. Quick making of it. 2 strikes quickly on the batter on switch rack, and Richardson ahead of the count. 2 strikes. Here comes the delivery. That one fouled back.
Tell you what I like about Richardson, the more you watch him here, Adam, he's helping his defense because, number one, he's not taking a lot of time in between pitches. You can see he gets the ball, he's ready to go, he keeps the game moving, and that means your defense knows they have to be on their toes.
I got to ask a quick question. Does the cameraman behind home plate, is he getting good combat pay? Because there's some wicked foul balls going back there. 2 strikes from Richardson. Got him on the strikeout for another one. 5 strikeouts by Richardson in the game.
So now we're going to go back to the top of the batting order. Again, Adam, this will be the key. Now we're going through a second time. Let's see if they make any adjustments here.
Ruben Davila, the hitter, takes that one for a ball on the outside. Davila came into this game hitting .324, struck out in the first inning. So Richardson is making quick work of Gunning Park in the innings. This one bounced up the middle, and that is going to go in the outfield for a base hit as that one goes through for a base hit. Nobody at second. Davila on the quick move, and he gets in there easily. Heads up play by Davila as nobody was covering second. He put on the afterburners and got to second base.
Look at it here. See how he keeps his head down? Doesn't try to pull it. Goes right with it. And again, you can see here, you have to give credit. Now, here's where the mistake is. Chris Brooks leaves to go out to the ball. He should have taken second base. Shortstop, second baseman have to communicate.
And that mistake there allowed Davila, and a good heads-up play by Davila, to head over to second base. This time, foul ball down the first base line.
I'll tell you what, we've probably seen 6 of them go that way. Sooner or later,
one's gonna kick up some chalk.
Yeah, it's gonna go through.
So Davila at second base. This is the second scoring threat make it the 3rd scoring threat for Gunning Park. They've had runners get to as far as third base. Sit down, Mr. Bircher. Strikes him out. 6 strikeouts for Wallace Richardson. So we played 3 innings. It is still Morgana 1. Gunning Park nothing.
Well, Adam had a chance to catch up with John Carter of the Cleveland Indians before the ball game to get his views on their sponsorship into the Cleveland Baseball Federation.
Hi, I'm with John Carter of the Cleveland Indians. John, when you look at this championship game in Connie, Mack, in the city of Cleveland, sandlot baseball, that is a big key for youth baseball in any city as kids grow up and possibly one day get into the minors or Major League Baseball.
Yeah, I mean, over the last 8 years, the Indians been a sponsor of CBF in this championship game. It actually gives kids a chance to play the game without, worrying about basketball, about football, don't have to worry about those things because baseball's provided for them.
How important does the Cleveland Indians on the professional level look at amateur baseball in the city, not just as the Indians, but all of Major League Baseball?
It's the grassroots about these kids playing here every day. With Latin American countries coming up, with Venezuela and Japan overseas, we need kids to play the game every day, and this is what the opportunity that these kids have today.
At one point in time, basically hardball. The game of hardball in inner cities almost floundered and almost went away. But when you look at it with the Cleveland Indians, they're celebrating their 10th anniversary this year. You have the new stadium and its 10th anniversary. The resurgence of that team really also brought a resurgence of hardball in the inner city as well.
And that's what it takes. I mean, it's one of those things where, back 10 years ago, we had Kenny Lofty and Albert Bell. You had the Latin connection. You had Carlos Baerga. You had those guys. And then kids didn't have to go out and play basketball. Kids didn't have to go out and play football. They saw that people from their heritage was playing the game of baseball, so it gave them a chance to say, hey, you know what, I want to be like that guy one day.
And it also gives the Indians a great opportunity to give back to the community, and that's one thing that we've seen from the Indians.
Yes, I mean, that's me being a community relation. I mean, that's what we do. I mean, there's fans that go to the park, but there's also fans out there who need the support of the Indians, and that's why we do what we do for CBF.
Well, for CBF and from us, we'd like to say thank you to the Indians for helping out in sponsorship all these years.
Thank you.
All right, we've been speaking with John Carpenter of the Cleveland, and John Carter, I did it again, John Carter of the Cleveland Indians. When we come back, we'll have more of Cleveland Federation Baseball.
Well, we're back at Gordon Park, and Pete Bircher is facing Wallace Richardson. And again, you're right, Adam, when you talk about the Cleveland Indians, it's more than the baseball team. It's being involved in the community.
Oh, absolutely. And as we look at it, for Pete Bircher, he has made quick work of Morgana. 11 pitches in the first inning, 11 pitches in the second, 6 pitches in the last inning.
And again, it's throwing strikes, getting ahead of the hitters.
And for Bircher, he's retired the last 6 in a row. As Richardson looks at that one, 2 balls, 1 strike. Richardson, his first time up, got on an error, got as far as third base and was held there. The right-hander will head over to first base on a walk. So he gets on base for a second time. That is the second walk given up by Bircher. He's also hit a batter in this game, and that brings up Gene Thompson, who got a single his first time up and got an RBI. The left-hander will look. Ball goes down in the dirt, goes in front, and Richardson, with the speedy feet, heads over to second base. Credit that a wild pitch.
Yes, absolutely. And again, by the time Eddie Blake finds it, he's in the second. But more importantly, the cleanup hitter that's up here right now, Gene Thompson, drove in the first run. They have to be extra careful with him here.
Getting back and trying to keep Richardson tight as Davila running over as they had a play on over at second base. And as we said, Gene Thompson, 12th grader, Garfield Heights. Bulldog misses as Bircher does not get the breaking ball to go. Ken Griffey Jr., his favorite player. That one on the outside part of the plate. Got a piece of the corner for a strike.
Now you call that a pitcher's pitch. That's the one where you know you can't hit it, and he put it exactly where he wants to go with it.
This one is popped up. Blake is going to be running towards the backstop, and he'll make the nice catch, positioned himself very well to make the out.
Well, you take a look at here. See how he tried to pull the outside pitch? Now give Blake credit. He immediately puts the mask away from the baseball, is back to it, lets the ball come back to him. A nice play by the catcher, Eddie Blake.
We've talked about his fundamental play. Solid fundamental catcher from for Eddie Blake out of John Marshall High School, and really a mainstay for that team that went to 3 straight Senate championships, and they won 2 of them. Joe Hardy, the runner goes, picked up by Johnson. He'll fire over to first base. They get him out there. No, they throw him out at home plate as Blake holds on, and Richardson is out for the double play as they got Hardy out at first base, and then they got Richardson trying to get over home for the 3rd out of the inning.
A beautiful play here by Joe Johnston, but give Barber credit. He saw him coming. They were talking, and again, he throws a perfect strike here to Eddie Blake, makes the tag, and a great call by John Hackey.
Talk about a double play the hard way.
Well, they were trying to squeeze another run in there, Adam.
5-3 on the first out, and then it was 3 3-2 for the double play. And so that one a quick inning for Pete Bircher. 9 pitches that time in that inning. So as we head towards the bottom of the 4th inning, it is still Morgana out on top, 1-0, as you see the sign for the Cleveland Baseball Federation. And we've talked about how important of an organization the CBF is. When you look at it throughout the years, Tim, we talked about the number of kids that are playing in CBF. I wouldn't even be able to fathom what the number is of the kids that have played CBF throughout the years. I mean, at least we can say we were part of the program as we were in our younger days. You more in the times where they didn't have helmets.
You know, every year we keep coming up about my age and when I played.
See, but you let me. That's the thing.
That's the mistake I'm making here. I'm going to have to rewrite this.
You know, we talk about how important the league is and how important CBF is. I can remember, I came in from New York when I first moved to Cleveland in the early 70s, and then when I lived in the old Brooklyn area, I played over at Lowe Field. Not what it's like now. There was only 2 ball diamonds at Lowe Field, wooden backstop. There was Mr. Duke out there with his, I think it was a 65 wagon, and he'd pull out this big old piece of metal out the back, and he would drag the field for us kids to get ready to play either Big F or Little F over at Lowe Field at that time. But I remembered his dedication to us in that neighborhood, and you look at all the coaches and everybody that's involved in Cleveland Baseball Federation and their dedication to the kids so the kids can play the game of baseball in the summer. So as we head towards the bottom of the 4th inning, it will be Smith, Blake, and Corrigan, the heart of the Gunning Park lineup. Ryan Smith got on a walk, got as far as third base. And for Ryan Smith, a .457 hitter. Wind kicking up a bit here at Gordon Park. Richardson goes up high for a ball.
Well, I want to tell you, Adam, 3-0, you know he's going to be taking it. But the history, remember I mentioned this, 2-1 during the regular season back on June 29th. And Gunning came back and scored 2 in the 7th to win it. So they've played tough ball games both times now.
That one missing on the outside part of the plate, and make that Smith will head to first base once again. That is his 2nd walk of the ball game. That brings up the catcher, Eddie Blake. So now here's the thing, Morgana with just a 1-0 lead. They scored that first run in the 1st inning of play. Both teams have shut down each other since then. They've had runners on, but nothing has been able to get across the plate, as that time Richardson's fastball misses on the outside part. Be very key now to see if Gunning is going to go and play aggressive on the bases, as that one falls back into the fence here at Gordon Park.
And one of the things that Dennis Strauss had told us before the game, that he's fine when he's throwing the ball. When he gets in trouble, he starts to aim the ball, and that's something we need to keep an eye on.
Well, right now, he is just rearing back and firing with all his might as that one gets away from the catcher once again. And the runner will head over to second base on the wild pitch. 2nd time that Smith has gotten to second base on the wild pitch. And that makes the 2nd wild pitch of the ball game for Richardson. As he makes quick work. Another ball, 3-1 the count. On deck is Ryan Corrigan. Eddie Blake hitting .517 on the season. Ground ball, high bouncer over the third baseman's head, and that's going to score a run as Ryan Smith will get in and score easily to tie up the ball game, as Eddie Blake gets an RBI single as he pounded that one over the third baseman's head.
That's what those big hitters are supposed to do for you. Again, the cleanup hitter, Eddie Blake, Now again, Adam, we talked about, keeping the ball in front of the catcher. We had the pass ball, the wild pitch, whatever you want to call it, created a run.
That is only the second hit given up by Richardson this evening.
And that brings up Ryan Corrigan, the center fielder, hitting .321.
That one fouled back.
Ryan Corrigan, Heidelberg College freshman. Played 6 years at Gunning Park. Coaches love his playing style. They'll get the runner in a rundown. Not in time as the ball gets away and goes to the outfield. As Blake was almost caught, he's going to head to third. He goes in, and he's out on a very nice throw from the left fielder, Jeff Anderson, and they get Eddie Blake trying to stretch it out over at third base.
Well, the one question here is there's a hesitation. I don't know if we'll pick it up, but here's the throw in the second. Now, you see he's down here. The ball's still there. Now, Eddie kind of hesitates, and then he decides to go. As soon as he saw that ball get by him, he had to move. Now, you make the call here at home. Is he out or is he safe? Oh, with that angle, and I'm looking right at it, you see the coach yelling safe, but he's the one that doesn't count. Ecky's going to call him out. We couldn't see it there. We were blocked out on that one.
A blind man saw that one.
Yeah.
Oh, he was dead to rights over there at third base. A beautiful throw from the left fielder, Jeff Anderson. He had to make a perfect strike over to Joe Hardy. He did. And another scoring threat is down the tubes for Gunning Park. 2 outs in the inning, and Ryan Corrigan up at the plate. This one is lifted high in the center field. Shipley is there, and he'll make the catch.
You know, there's an old saying, you never make your first out at third base.
Yeah, you don't want to.
And it's always, you never know if Ryan would have flew out like this now, with him on second. But, you had nobody out, man in scoring position, Hardy, you're Hoarder up. And just being Barber, and he's not a happy camper.
Barber gets out, and he is hit by the pitch. That is the second batter that has been hit in the game. 1 for Morgana, 1 for Gunning Park, as Barber hit by the pitch. That'll bring up Derek Blake, the left fielder. He struck out his first time up. Derek Blake, the left fielder, a freshman at Tri-C. Kerry Wood, one of his favorite players, as the coach from Dennis Strauss from Morgana, talking it over with his pitcher, Wallace Richardson. There you see the left-hander, Derek Blake, struck out looking his last time up. Now with a runner on first, hoping to get another run across as we're tied at 1. That one in the dirt. Good pickup there by Adam Papashak. So Barber on first, Blake the hitter. 1-1 tie score here in the bottom of the 4th inning. That one low once again for a ball. So Richardson gets the sign. This one hit up high, but short. The shortstop is there, and he'll make the play as Chris Brooks comes all the way over from his shortstop position to make the play in short right field for the 3rd out of the inning. So we've played 4 innings, and we're still tied at 1. As you see this one, ball got up in the air, and Brooks all the way over from his shortstop position to make it into short right field for the out. Let's go over to Tim Wells, who's over on the third base side with a special guest. Well, Tim's got, oh, there we go.
Steven Swidrak's dad's with us. Obviously, 1-1 ball game, a great ball game, but you've been to a lot of the games. Tell me your views of what it's been like this year.
Well, we've had a great season. No loss season. It's just been fantastic, and a lot of close games, but a lot of spread out games. But just each game's been fantastic. But all our boys are great players. Each one of them a good ball player. Just
as they mature, as they grow, just stand behind them. You know, stand behind them. And give them some coaching, a little bit of coaching here and there from either good parents or, send camps. Camps are good. So, all right, well, we want to thank you for coming by, and I know you're rooting for a team. Great ball game. Let's hope we have a great finish. Thank you very much. Okay, back to you, Adam.
All right, thank you very much, Tim. As we head towards the top of the 5th inning, Morgana up to the plate. This game tied at 1 apiece. It'll be Anderson, Shipley, and Ricky Angeloni for Morgana in the top of the 5th inning. Morgana in this game, 1 run on 1 base hit. As Anderson takes that one for a strike. Anderson grounded out to the second baseman his first time out, hit 260 on the season out of my alma mater, Cleveland Central Catholic, an 11th grader. As the Ironman lets that one go away, and we are at a 1-1 count. Good outfielder, improved his hitting skills over the season. 16-year-old right-hander. Takes that one for a ball, 1 and 2 strikes. As we said, Anderson, the left fielder, made a nice throw to get out Eddie Blake in the previous inning. Waves at that one, and it'll take a seat on the bench for a strikeout. That is the 3rd strikeout for Pete Bircher in the ball game. And for Bircher, lifts this one foul, 3rd base side. And the catch is made by Johnston quickly, 2 outs. Got under that one, popped it up for the easy out. And, go ahead, Tim.
Adam, you were talking about the pitch count of this young man. Both pitchers could easily go to 7 innings because they've been around the plate.
Oh, absolutely. Bircher coming into this inning, 37 pitches in the game. As Ricky Angeloni, a 5'10", 145-pounder, right-handed hitter out of Cleveland Central Catholic, into the ball game for Mike Castillo. Swings and misses on that one, brings the count to 1-1. A couple of Ironmen on the ball club for Morgana, located in the Slotwick Village area of the city of Cleveland. Bircher fires a fastball for a strike, and that runs the count to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Bircher really has found his groove. Now, only if he would have been able to find a groove in that Senate Championship game. This one is hit. It's going to be trouble. Base hit in the left field.
So Rick Angelone hitting 230 on the year. It took the Ironman from Cleveland Central Catholic at him, and all he did was poke it out there, just put the bat on the ball.
And that is only the 2nd hit of the ball game for Morgana. And that brings up James Stafford, the right fielder. He struck out his last time. As Bircher goes quickly back to Anthony Barber at first base. They're going to keep Angeloni pretty tight over at first base as Bircher goes from the stretch. Ground ball to the shortstop. Davila easily picks it up and flips it over to Swidrak for the out. So no damage done with 1 hit. No runs. We're still tied at 1 here in the Connie Mack Championship.
Well, again, Adam, when you look at the defense, Ruben Davila, both teams have played pretty good defense. I think we've had 1 error. The walks have been very limited. So if you would like to describe it as a pitching duel, I guess we can officially claim that now.
Oh, absolutely. As we take a look at some of the numbers for Pete Bircher, 10 pitchers in that last inning, 47 in the game. Then for Wallace Richardson, 14 pitches in the 4th inning, 59 total in the ball game so far as we head towards the bottom of the 5th inning. And coming up to the plate for Gunning Park in the bottom of the 5th, it'll be Johnston, Walker, and Swidrak. As you look at some of the folks here at Gordon Park. And Tim, when you look at it, this is the end of July, and it feels like April.
Yes, or
why didn't you bring the good weather?
You could listen.
How about if we blame Joe?
We're saving it for
Rick. I'm sorry.
We're saving it for a great moment. Listen, the good Lord has blessed us with dry weather. You know, we can't have clear skies every night, but as long as they're playing, and when you look around and see the people in the stands and the kids, everybody's having a great time. And we're going to have Rich Koblenz join us as we go through this inning and some of next inning. Rich, I know you're joining us, so we're going to kind of chirp in and out here as the ball game goes. I'm going to try to keep my partner to keep us in tune on what's going on. But first of all, I want to welcome you again to TV 23. It seems like an annual event and a lot of excitement every year. Every year it seems like an exciting event. Obviously, your feelings today?
Well, my feelings today, I'm just really pleased to be here. I'm pleased to see the kind of caliber of baseball our Connie Mack kids can play in. And also, I'm just real pleased to have the opportunity to see the parents and the families. And Tim, as we've talked about before, 10 years ago, we didn't get families out here. We didn't have the kids following their brothers and sisters. And on behalf of the Board of Cleveland Baseball Federation, one of the things that makes us feel the best is the idea of getting family involvement, because as you indicated earlier, a lot of what we do is not just simply baseball. I mean, we use baseball and we keep the kids off the streets and in the parks, which is very important, but we also try to do the life skills and try to help the kids out in the city of Cleveland. And just today, I had the opportunity to talk to Pete Bircher's mom. And when their family moved up from Canton, he had two older brothers, and they wanted to play baseball, but they were in an area where they were charging and they couldn't afford it. And they learned about Cleveland Baseball Federation, and Pete came into the program. Actually is going to be playing at Lake Erie College next year, and also made me feel really terrific. His coach suggested that, really said that he should be playing Cleveland Baseball Federation programs. So that tells me that we're doing something right along in conjunction with our partners, who are you at the City of Cleveland and the Cleveland Indians.
Now, obviously, the most important thing is we're serving thousands of kids. We have a component of life skills, social skills. We're trying to mold them for tomorrow, for being good citizens. Because when we retire, we get to that point, they're running the show.
Well, they're running the show, and as I tell people, Tim, part of what I want to do here is, it's kind of selfish in that I want an easy old age. You know, if these kids are good citizens and they're working really well, I'm not going to have to go out and buy bars for my windows and try to worry about what's going to happen if I walk down the street.
Well, let me change age fast, because Adam keeps bringing that up to me. So let me just get on to the next issue.
Okay.
Obviously, people at home are sitting there and they're going, you know what? I didn't realize Cleveland Baseball Federation was doing this. I didn't realize the kids from almost any age, from a toddler all the way up to 19, we're providing free programs. It doesn't just happen. There has to be some fundraisers, there has to be sponsors. How can they help be part of your mission?
Well, they can help in a lot of ways, Tim. First of all, we have an annual campaign, and what we're looking for, and as I told you before, one of the things we want to push now is getting involvement from city businesses, because our fundraising components primarily have come from suburban people who played in the program many years ago, who've been interested, and also businesses who sponsor. You haven't seen it today with these particular teams, but team sponsors come on at a certain donation level of $500 to get their names on the shirts, and they sponsor a team. We have higher levels, including the sponsorship even of these games and the television games. That helps us a lot. We do 2 primary fundraising events a year. The first one is going to be a lot of fun for anybody who can come join us on Sunday, August 29th at Jacobs Field. It's going to be a night with the Indians, and both past and present. We've got the reunion of the 1954 team coming in. The Cleveland Indians have been good enough to include us in that. And it's going to be in the club lounge from 7 o'clock to about 10:30 that night. We're going to have dinner, an opportunity to meet all the players past and present. We have a number of present players who are going to be coming. Everybody who comes has the opportunity. We have auction items, both baseball and other sports memorabilia and other items. And also, one of the things we do, and I know you've been to the event the last few years, is that everybody who comes in is going to get a camera, so that they can come take pictures with their heroes and have the opportunity to sit and hobnob with a number of really great people who will sit and spend the time with them and talk to them about some of the old days and some of the current days.
How can they be part of that? How can they get to become part of that situation where they can end up finding out more details? They want to get involved. It's August 29th.
It's August 29th at Jacobs Field. They can find out by calling Beth Rosenblum, who's our executive director. Her telephone number is 216-752-5531. That's 216-752-5531. Additionally, they can also get a hold of the people at the city if they know you or know Joe Wise, our Director of Operations. Our number at City Hall is 861-4767. Of course, that's 216 also. And just even, we're going to have things in the newspaper. Just give us a call. and we'll be more than happy to come back and give you the information. Also, we're having our second annual golf outing at Manakiki on September the 13th. And also that you can get involved with by calling Beth at 216-752-5531. That's going to be a really great time for a great cause also. So that's another component. And also support the Indians, because the Indians have become our biggest benefactor. I was telling Adam, and we were talking with John Carter, up until 1996, as you know, there was sort of a problem between the Indians and Cleveland Baseball Federation. We were fortunate enough to come to an agreement with them and develop a partnership, and we have now, our largest component is really Cleveland Indians charities. Last year, Cleveland Indians charities donated to us in cash $75,000. In addition to that, they help us with the benefit. They help us with the coaching clinics. They've just really been terrific partners, starting with Larry Dolan, going through Paul Dolan, Bobby DiBiasio, John Carter, and all the rest of the folks at the Indians have just really been great. And they understand, as we understand, that these kids, it's, again, everybody does things for the reason these kids are their future fans, and they know that too. But they're very committed to the city. I've known the Dolan family for many, many years. They're extremely charitable, and they're really very, very community-minded, and they've really helped us out quite a bit, along with a lot of the businesses and a lot of the individuals who stepped up. And quite frankly, that sponsorship is very important to us, because while the benefit's important and it really helps us out, we raise money there, and the golf outing, that costs us money. A donation to Cleveland Baseball Federation goes directly on the backs of these kids. We pay for everything, starting caps, shirts, pants, socks, balls, bats, gloves. We also have got, for folks who are listening, a glove donation program. And again, you can contact, we're going to be collecting at Howard's Jewelers. Howard Hurwitz is really the guy who started that program for us a couple years ago, and it's worked out very well as far as getting gloves for these kids. And then in addition to that, you can always contact City Hall, or contact Beth Rosenblum once again at 752-5531 with gently used equipment. For example, this year, the Shaker Boys League came up and gave us equipment that essentially saved us about $10,000 in
equipment we didn't have to buy. And as you know, Tim, so there's really a lot of people that have been a part and now starting to see what the value is. And as I know, both of us have talked, Rich, I know you're going to be back in one of our future talkcasts when we get through with all this, and we'll probably sit back and reminisce some more. But the important message here today is that they want to be a part of helping, whether it is a volunteer, whether it is sponsoring dollars, going to a fundraiser and a great time. They need to call 752-5531.
That's right, Tim, and just really talk the program up. And, you know, City Council has stepped up. As you know, we now have several councilmen on the board, and that's really been a big help for us. And it tells us that we're doing something right. And it's something that makes us, as part of the Board of Cleveland Baseball Federation, working along with the Recreation Department and the Indians, feel real good about what we're doing.
Okay. Well, thanks for coming by.
Tim, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Rich Koblenz, the president of the Cleveland Baseball Federation, coming by. Again, it's part of being their mission, where they provide free baseball for over 8,000 kids that can't do it alone. Cleveland Indian Charities is on board to help them, but you can do it, whether you're in a neighborhood, you have a local business. Say, hey, I'll give $500 to sponsor a team. Hey, I want to be part. Let me go down and meet C.C. Sabathia and some of the Indian players and have a great time at Jacobs Field. Again, just give Beth Rosenblum the call at 752-5531. Again, it's 752-5531.
Well, that time Chris Brooks got on an error after two straight outs being made by Pete Bircher, and that brings up Wallace Richardson as Joe Johnston could not grab the ball cleanly and throws it over the first baseman's head, as Chris Brooks, there you see, is now on first base on the air. So as we are in the top of the sixth inning, we are still tied at 1, and Wallace Richardson, the pitcher for Morgana, up to the plate, got on an error his first time up, walked his second time up as Bircher goes outside for a ball that time, so we have a runner on first base. Really no big scoring threats in this game for Morgana since the fourth inning, when they had a runner get to third base, and that's been it.
And this is a key point in the ball game, Adam. Even though there's 2 outs, you're looking at the 3 and 4 hitter coming up. And if I'm sitting here with Vasquez, if I can stop him right here, that gives me a better opportunity as we go into later innings.
Richardson backs away on that.
Tried to pick him off over at first base.
When you look at it, we've talked about a pitching matchup. Richardson, 9 strikeouts in the ballgame. And for Pete Bircher at one point, he had knocked down 8 in a row. But he walks another one, and so now we've got runners at first and second. As Richardson walks for a second time, and he really looked at that one. He's like, yeah, I had a good eye on that one. I'm going first base on the pass.
So Coach Vasquez is going to come out and talk to his starter, Pete Bircher, see how he's feeling. A big part of the ball game. They got the cleanup hitter up with 2 outs. Again, he drove in the first run. So it looks like Vasquez is just talking to his infield to make sure don't let nothing get through. He's coming your way, and this is it. This is really a pivotal point. It's a good timeout, I think. You can see both coaches are well aware of it. Dennis Strauss talking to his hitter, Gene Thompson, as well as Vasquez and Pete Bircher.
Well, there's a lot of pride on this game for Gunning Park. They come into this game 10-0 on the season. They won 2 straight in the playoffs. Morgana is your underdog in this game. 1-7 in the season, run off 3 straight playoff wins to get to the title game. At midway point of the season, if you said Morgana's going to make the championship game, some people would have thought you were nuts.
Right.
But it's all in momentum, and that time it is a base hit to right field. Run is going to come in. Here comes the play at the plate. Not in time. Richardson gets over to third, so Chris Brooks scores easily from second base. Richardson at third. Gene Thompson gets the single, and he is over at first base. So we've got runners at first and third, and now Morgana goes up 2-1 after the base hit in the right field. Tracked down really nicely by Walker, picked up and fired. A little bit too much air that time, but just not in time under the tag. The slide was made, and then Blake tried to get back Richardson, and he got him on the back of the ankle.
So 2-1, and they're still not out of it yet. You're looking at Joe Hardy, and he's one of their better hitters. I'd be real careful on how I pitch him.
Well, Hardy was hit by a pitch, then grounded out to the pitcher the second time. Hardy coming into this game just hitting under 500 at 487. Hardy, a 12th grader, solid hitter, a lot of key hits during the season. Strike gets away from Blake. Runner advances to second, but Bircher covers home, and so we've got runners at second and third, and Morgana is striking once again.
A nice job by Eddie Blake to block the ball, and give Bircher credit. He was immediately down on home plate covering to make sure that they hold Wallace Richardson. You don't want to give them any more than they have right now.
Wind blowing in from left field off the lake here at Gordon Park. A heavy stiff breeze, overcast skies. This one a line shot up the middle, diving stop, can't made by Davila. 1 run will score, and now Morgana goes up 3-1.
Well, you look at it right here, you can see he takes it right up the middle. It was a high fastball. And again, give Davila credit because he gets down and dirty and he keeps the ball in play. Otherwise, if he doesn't, that ball goes through. It's another run. But again, we'll see a pitching change, I'm sure, here.
So Joe Hardy picks up the RBI single. And we will have some moves being made by Gunning Park. So they will be making some moves by Gunning Park as the score now 3-1 in the 6th inning. 2 runs here in the 6th. It was 1 run in the 1st inning for Morgana, now 2 in the 6th. And talk about an underdog role for Morgana.
Hey, you can talk at Cinderella whatever you want, but it comes down to pitching and defense. And when it comes down to it, Pete Bircher, I think, got a little tired there in that 1 inning, Adam, toward the end. But again, you have to give the coach credit. I mean, he pitched his heart out. He's got 2 outs. You're going to let him have a chance here to stop it. But right now, they're going to bring in Eddie Blake. And we had a chance to talk to the coach from Gunning, Kay Vasquez, about his views on his pitcher, Eddie Blake.
My relief pitcher is Eddie Blake. He has a good curveball, good fastball. He gets ahead of the batters. He's a great ball player.
Well, we've seen what Mr. Eddie Blake can do behind the mound for John Marshall. He was also a relief pitcher for the Lawyers during the high school season. And when you look at it, that battery of Bircher and Blake, and now you throw Blake into the mix, he's got a gun for an arm. He's only allowed one runner to steal a base this season, and he's just going to put that arm to work on the pitcher's mound.
So Eddie Blake comes in with a pretty solid record during the year. Obviously, they were unbeaten, so he was 3-0. It'll take an adjustment period, and he's going to have to throw strikes. But Adam, let's look ahead to Gunning's time when they bat. What will they have coming up in the bottom of the 6th inning?
Well, they're going to go 1, 2, 3. It'll be Davila, Bircher, and Smith. They went down in order the last time with 3 straight strikeouts. But you're going to go 1, 2, 3 with Blake as your cleanup hitter. But the key has been Richardson. 9 strikeouts in this ball game. He retired the last 3 straight, and he is just on a roll right now. So for Gunning, they will have to be very quick up at the bat. And as we get set, Eddie Blake, after his warm-ups, is getting ready to face Jeff Anderson. Anderson struck out his last time, 0 for 2 in the ballgame. Eddie Blake with runners at first and third. Fires his first pitch for a strike. It'll be Alan Walker now behind the plate, and Bircher moves over to right field. So Eddie Blake, the pitcher, coming into this game, started off as the catcher, now the relief pitcher from John Marshall High School. Fires a hard fastball up high for a strike. All right, he came in, reared back, and let one fly. There you see Eddie Blake. 6'1", 190 pounds. Will be heading to Myers University in the fall. Breaking ball got him swinging to end the inning. But the damage is done by Morgana as they were able to score 2 runs on 2 hits. 1 error. They lead it 3-1.
Well, Adam, when you look at it and you go to, they got the bottom of the 6th and the bottom of the 7th. They're 6 outs away. But again, you look at Gunning. I know that they've been handcuffed here, but you have to believe that they're still not done yet.
Well, if you're Morgana, you're looking at it, as you said, Tim. You're looking at it. You have 6 outs. You're up 3-1. You say, fine. Now you're playing. How many outs do we have left till we have a championship in our back pocket? And all they've got to do is say, we've got 6 left. But as you said, you look at the lineup for Gunning Park right now, you go in the top of the order, 1, 2, 3. But in that top of the order, for the first 3 batters, between the first 3 batters, you have 3 strikeouts, 2 walks, and only 1 single. So Richardson has really handcuffed Gunning's top of the order.
Well, we'll see. I think the more you see this guy, the better it is. But as you mentioned, Adam, I don't know how many pitches he's thrown. If we got the pitch,
72 pitches in the game, and here's the key stat. He's thrown 72 pitches, but he's only given up 1 base hit. 9 strikeouts, and only 2 walks, and he's hit a runner. So he's only given up, if you really look at it, he's allowed 3 men on base via 4 balls or a hit, but only 1 hit, and that came, or make that 2 hits, 1 in the 3rd inning and 1 in the 4th inning. So Richardson is pitching a very nice 2-hitter in this ballgame. As you see some of the folks here, and yes, it is the end of the summer season, but it still feels like March today. Cold, overcast. We had some showers as that pitch gets away from the catcher, Papashak, for a ball. Up to the plate now, as we said, is Ruben Davila, the shortstop, hitting .324. Singled his 2nd time up, struck out his 1st time. Graduate of Lincoln West.
one of the best defensive players that coaching staff here for Gunning Park has really been able to coach during the years. Breaking ball goes up high, and Tim, that time when you look at that breaking ball, Richardson came in very low, and that breaking ball just came up top. If he hangs one of those, Davila's going to rip one for a base hit. Now quickly ahead of the count is the batter, and Richardson's going to have to settle down. And this is the key for Papashak. He's going to need to keep Richardson down and say, hey, just throw strikes. And that time he did not, 4 straight balls. So the lead runner gets on base on a walk. That is his 3rd walk of the ball game. And that brings up the pitcher, or the former pitcher, Pete Bircher. And now Papashak is going out to talk with Wallace Richardson. And that is the key. You want to settle him down. As a catcher, you're the field general out there. If you see your pitcher out there throwing 4 straight balls, you've got a 3-1 lead late in the ball game, you got to settle him down. Say, hey, just throw strikes. We can do the job out in the field. That time, Bircher fouls one into the glove of Papashak.
I don't like that first swing. You just had a guy walk, and then you're up there hacking one away. I'm going to make him throw strikes, especially if I'm down 2. I already got a man on.
If you're the coach at third base, you say, take the pitch until you get that strike. You want to get as many runners on base as possible.
There it is, Adam. We said it was going to go through on the right side. They're going to come up, and now it's 1st and 3rd and nobody out.
3rd hit given up by Richardson as Bircher goes to the right side of the field for the base hit. Davila heads over to 3rd base. And as Tim, you said, runners at 1st and 3rd, and that brings up Ryan Smith, who has walked twice. He scored back in the 4th inning, and he's got a golden opportunity right now for Gunning Park to get them to creep back into this ball game here in the bottom of the 6th inning.
Now, here's a tough decision. Dennis Strauss comes to talk to his pitcher. He's probably trying to just settle him down. But again, if you're gunning, you're sitting in a pretty good situation now. You got 1st and 3rd, nobody out, and you got 3, 4, and 5. This year, to me, is their ball game. They're going to have to do something right here.
Well, they need to at least get one across, and they've got a runner at 3rd. And that time, Richardson takes a little something off that pitch for a strike. No balls, 1 strike. Almost get Bircher running because the nice move to 3rd and then going back to 1st, and Bircher was faked out. So now Richardson with 1 strike fires the throw, and that one is outside for a ball. As we said, Richardson, 72 pitches in the game. His high pitch count was back in the 1st inning when he threw 19. Once again, faking over to 3rd and faking over to 1st. There you see the runner at 3rd. That's Davila. Ball goes away, and they're going to throw the ball over to 2nd. Bad throw there on the catcher by Papashak, and Davila is going to score easily.
Oh, my. Something was on, and they didn't catch it. So now it's 3-2, nobody out.
And Ryan Smith is still up at the plate, and he's got a runner in scoring position over at 2nd base. That is Pete Bircher. So can Ryan Smith come through with a big hit right now? Richardson from the windup gets him swinging for a strikeout. That is his 10th strikeout of the ball game as he rings up K after K.
A big out, a huge out for Wallace Richardson, and now it'll be Edward Blake.
84 pitches now in the ball game for Richardson. 10 strikeouts, and Eddie Blake up to the plate. And Blake, his last time up, hit a single. 1 for 2 in the ball game. And Tim, you're the coach. How are you going to tell your pitcher to throw to Mr. Blake?
Carefully.
Fires a fastball on the outside part of the plate for a strike.
Well, I think Richardson knows in his mind, this is the ball game right here. It's me and him.
There's some ill-advised throws being made out there by Morgana. Because if the 2nd baseman wasn't there, I think Bircher would have scored. So Richardson's going to have to really concentrate and just throw to home plate. Oh, he fires right back and fires a strike.
He's chasing that high fastball. And that's hurt him all night.
And if Papashak is smart, he'll tell him, Keep it up high, because if he puts it into Blake's wheelhouse, he's going to take it downtown. Is it me, or does Richardson look like he's getting stronger as this game is progressing?
This is the point where you're a pitcher and you know, hey, I got to give it everything I got, because this is the key to the ball game.
1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out. Got him! He got him looking on the outside part of the plate with a fastball. 11 strikeouts for Mr. Richardson, as Morgana now still clinging to a 3-2 lead with a runner in scoring position at second base, and that brings up Ryan Corrigan. And Richardson is making very quick work up at the mound. Corrigan 0 for 2 in the ball game. Gunning desperately needing a big hit, as that breaking ball goes to the outside part of the plate. 2 balls, no strikes. Talk about the toughness of Richardson. Gives up a run, has a runner at second base, and gets the cleanup hitter striking out. Tosses that fastball in for a strike. And he's consistent going upstairs.
Yeah, they're chasing the high ball. And
ground ball to the shortstop. Underneath the legs, and Butcher's going to score. That's going to tie this ball game up at 3. The shortstop, Chris Brooks, was right there to make the play, but the ball went underneath his glove, and Butcher scores on the error.
the Achilles heel that hurt him all year was the defense, and you're going to see it right here. Chris Brooks doesn't get the glove down. The ball goes right underneath. And in that situation, you have to get the glove down. Pete Bircher's going to easily score to tie the ball game. We're all knotted up at 3.
And that brings up Anthony Barber, the first baseman. He got hit the last time up as Richardson fires a ball for up high. 2 outs in the inning.
You have to think also, Adam, in terms of 2 outs, that they're going to be looking to run. Richardson throws over. He's thinking the same thing. Again, Ryan Corrigan on first, 2 outs. Barber at the plate.
And Barber is a big kid at the plate, and that one gets away from Papashak, and this has not been a pretty inning for Morgana, as another wild pitch will advance Corrigan over to second base. And in the game, that is the 3rd wild pitch by Richardson.
So Anthony Barber gets his chance. That's not a pitch he wants. It was 2-0, but that's not the one he's looking for.
So now that brings the count to 2-1. Runner at second base. Here comes the pitch. And he gets another strike. 2-2 the count.
I'll tell you what, Adam, if I'm Vasquez, I think I'd be running here. I'd take my chance.
2-2, 2 outs. Runner at second. Got him swinging for strikeout number 12 in the ball game. But we head to the top of the 7th inning. We are tied at 3 here in the 2004 Connie Mack Championship.
He's saying to himself, not that high pitch. That's not the one I wanted. Well, you're watching Cleveland Connie Mack Championship Baseball on TV 23. And again, we want to remind you, during this month, in the month of September, we'll be showing you all of the city championship games in the baseball and the softball. It'll be the Mickey Mantle 15 to 16-year-olds, the Little F, the 10, 11, and 12-year-olds, the Big F 13 and 14, and the girls softball. Again, those are kids 13 to 15 years old. All of it sponsored by the Cleveland Baseball Federation. And Adam, we'll be back at our favorite spot, Jacobs Field, for Rookie League All-Star action.
That is always a fun time watching the youngsters hitting off Iron Mike, the pitching machine, at Jacobs Field. And really, that is a couple of hours of enjoyment as the little kids get a chance to play out on the field and the big boys get to play.
And you know, I'll tell you what, you never know when they get to the Jake who's going to do what and where the ball's going to go.
We always have an absolutely great time, so be with us when that game airs on COV TV 23. Adam Mendoza along with Tim Wells, glad to have you along as we head towards the 7th inning here at Gordon Park for the 2004 Connie Mack Championship. Eddie Blake back on the mound once again for his 2nd inning of appearance, and he'll be facing Shipley Castile or Angelone, and Stafford for Morgana. Breaking pitch, sharp breaking ball to the outside, get him swinging. Quickly he goes down, 0-2 on the count. For Shipley, 0 for 2 in the ball game. He struck out his first time out and popped out to the shortstop. Second time up, Shipley out of South Eye, a 12th grader. Favorite team, Cleveland Indians. Takes that one low for a ball. And for Shipley, 5'9", 165 pounds. 230 average for the right-handed hitter this year. Breaking ball up high. So as we head towards the 7th frame of this game, all knotted at 3. Both teams in the 6th were able to score 2 runs apiece as this game is tied at 3. As that one goes up high, and Rose got a duck out of the way on that one. Blake fires, breaking ball. That hit to the ground, picked up by the second baseman, and they easily get him out. Nice throw being made by Schridwack over to Barber for the first out of the inning. Simple 4-3 on the ground out. So Mr. Blake coming in relief, and now we're looking at number 4, Rick Angelone. Angelone got a single his first time up back in the 5th inning as he came in relief.
You know, it's an Iron Man.
Absolutely.
It is. You know, we haven't mentioned it through the whole day, Adam, but you really have to take your hats off. We've talked about the sponsors, but I'll tell you what, the instructors, the volunteer coaches, you know, the parents, the mom and dad could probably change the lunch hours. You know, they really have been a big part of this. And our special thanks to all those people that have been part of the Connie Mack League to make it really happen. And I saw in the program today where the players put a little paragraph in there thanking, you know, all the coaches, the sponsors, and everybody for giving them a quality program.
There's a lot of people behind the scenes that make this happen, and like you said, some big thanks. That brings up to the plate James Stafford. He's 0 for 2 in the game, struck out his first time up, grounded out to the shortstop with the runner at first base and 1 out in the top of the 7th, still tied at 3 apiece. Stafford looking to advance the runner as Blake fires a strike on the outside part of the pitch to his battery mate, Alan Walker, who came in the right field, the backup catcher for Gunning Park. Blake looking over the runner at first base. That is Angelo. Taking a good lead at first base. The throw on the outside part of the plate, and it looks like Blake is starting to aim and really aiming for that spot instead of just throwing the fastball.
Yeah, he's not consistent. Sometimes you see he keeps the follow-through, doesn't come through. Now that time it was beautiful.
Hangs a curveball, and he brings up a K for the strikeout. Oh my. Another strikeout, looking 2 outs in the inning, and that brings up Dan Mulhall. And for Morgana in the game, that is the 5th time they have struck out, and the ball gets away from the catcher, and the runner will advance to second base. So Angelo now in scoring position after the wild pitch.
Alan Walker, too. You know, now this, we saw how it hurt Morgana. The same thing can happen here at the Gunning.
Mulhall, the extra hitter, hitting 203, grounded out to the pitcher twice, takes that one for a strike. 2 outs. We're tied at 3, top of the 7th inning. Gunning will have their last at-bats. Breaking ball, gets the corner, and is in for a strike. That is a nice breaking ball there by Eddie Blake. The delivery. Just missing on the inside part of the plate. think if you dusted off the plate a little bit on that left side of the plate, I think that would have been a strike. 2-2, 2 outs, runner at second base. Foul ball into the net on the first base side.
That was a nice spot for the fastball. Throwing it up and in. He had him looking curveball. Tried to sneak one by him.
Okay, you've gone through him with a fastball. Do you try the breaking ball? Let's see. Yes, he does, and he rings up another strikeout.
So we go to bottom of 7. We're all tied up 3-3. And Adam, I'll tell you what, it comes down to, right now the way I see it is, we're going into the bottom of the 7th. The key is the first man up. You got to keep him off the bases, because you let him get on, I don't care if it's a walk, an error, or whatever, then that's another factor. Now, there's also, where Wallace Richardson, he's got to be close to how many pitches now?
Well, Richardson's at 96 pitches in the ball game. In the 6th inning, he threw 24, so that was his highest pitch count in that 6th inning where he gave up 2 runs. But 96 pitches going into the 7th inning of play here in this championship game.
Well, the errors have hurt him. And we talked about that before we even started. Defense is going to play a key role today. Morgana was 1-7 during the year, not because they lacked in the pitching. We saw that with this guy, and they got another guy to control. Gene Thompson's pretty decent. But it's the errors.
Here's the big key. You're talking about the errors. You cannot afford to have errors when you have the bottom of the lineup that has not gotten a hit at all in this game, and they have struck out 6 times. This bottom half, the Blake, Johnson, Walker, and Swidrak, they have not combined for any hits in this game, but they have combined for, if I can count, 6 strikeouts. They have struck out 6 times in this bottom half of the lineup. So if you look at it on paper and you're looking at the numbers, advantage Richardson. He has had control over the bottom half of the lineup, but like you said, 1 error, and that could unravel everything.
Well, I'll tell you what, if I can't hit them with those guys, I'm talking as a coach.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to lay one down on him. I'm going to put the ball in play somehow. But we'll see.
Here's another school of thought. Wait till he throws a strike. Just like that time, that one a ball up high. That's Derek Blake. That one swinging at a bad pitch, and coaching staff hit third base saying, no, don't do that. And my philosophy right now is, don't swing. I would say, I'd put on the take sign until he is getting consistent at throwing strikes. Let him beat you. That time, he tried a pitch to the outside part of the plate. Not a go. 2 balls, 1 strike.
Should be
3-0. Should be 3-0. There's the walk. But the count is 3-1. If I'm the gunning coaches, I'd put the take sign. I would not let these guys swing whatsoever until Richardson gets consistent in throwing strikes. And since he is getting into a rhythm, your batter, step out of the box. Disrupt his pitching pattern. Ground ball, first base side, picked up by the second baseman. It's going to be a run to first, and not in time, as Castillo had to go in, and there, mental error made by Richardson by not covering first base.
And he knew it. He told him right there. Now, Eddie Blake tries to pull the outside pitch. You can see Gene Thompson try to get to the ball, and now it's a race. And right there, Rick Angelone just gets beat, getting him there. So Derek Blake beats the throw. Now you have a man on with nobody out.
Tim, how many times in the spring do you run through that play? It's one of the most boring parts of practice, but it is so important, and it shows right there as Richardson's failure to get over to first base to make the easy play allows Gunning Park to get a runner on first base. You know, as a coach, me as a player, I hated that practice part. It is so boring, but you have to do it. This time, this one is lifted into center field. Shipley is there. He can't find the ball. It goes into left center field, and this game's going to be over as they're going to run over Blake over to third. He's going to hold up at third base.
Oh, my. But Vasquez, he's saying, look, second and third, nobody out. Why take the chance and have the first out thrown it home?
got a hold of that one, and it hit into left center field, and the outfielder just did not see it. He could not find it, and there you see the ball in front of our center field camera, and it is picked up. And so we've got runners at second and third as Johnston comes up with a big double into the gap in left center field.
Now, if I'm Dennis, he's in the bottom of the inning, you almost have to walk this guy if you're going to do it, because you want to force at the plate. You don't want to take a chance. But he may end up saying, we'll pitch to him. But you have to play the infield in, and you're going to have to bring the outfield in, because a normal fly ball should score the guy on third base.
And with the way the wind is blowing off the lake here in left field, who knows what's going to happen with that ball. So we've got runners at second and third, a big powwow on the mound as the umpire is going to come up and say, hey, we got to break this little conversation up. So now, what will Coach Dennis Strauss do? Will he say,
he's going to put him on, I think. And all he's got to do is tell the ump if they're going to walk him.
And we're going to have a pitching change as well.
You know, and you can see there's a pitching change here. You have to think he's going to walk him. But right now we're looking at number 10, Gene Thompson. And we had a chance to hear from Dennis Strauss about his relief pitcher, Gene Thompson.
My backup for Wallace, in case he gets in trouble, is Gene Thompson. Another player bowler, left-hander. Excellent control, good speed, and good curveball, good changeup. And if Wallace does get in trouble, we got some really good coming right behind him. So we'll hopefully do the job. Thanks.
Well, he is going to have to do the job this evening as Gunning Park with 2 runners in scoring position, no outs, bottom of the 7th, we are tied at 3 apiece. Richardson, 103 pitches in this ball game.
A tremendous
strikeouts in the contest as well. Tremendous performance by Richardson, but the mental lapse in the bottom of the 7th inning when he failed to cover first base has made the difference in the ballgame. And like you said, Tim, errors. That was going to be the key in this 7th inning. And boy, you were right on like Carmack.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's not over yet because Gunning has up Walker and Swidrak. He's staying in 10, and then you go to the top. So this guy, Thompson, I've seen him pitch in the playoffs. He's beaten a good team in the playoffs. He's usually around the plate. He moves the ball in and out. But it's going to be interesting. They're going to walk him, which I figured they have to. Now they got to bring the infield in. You have to bring the infield in. You can't play the outfield deep or... See, they have their outfield deep. I wouldn't do that. You have to bring him in because if he hits anything deep,
he's going to score.
He's going to score anyway. You have to bring him in. I don't know if we can get a big wide shot of it, but you'll see he's got the outfield bad. I don't agree with that.
So now the big left-hander with the bases loaded. That ball gets away. Here comes the run to the plate, and this game is over as Gunning Park wins on a wild pitch. As the runner scores, Derek Blake, and Gunning Park caps off a perfect season to capture the 2004 Connie Mack Championship with a 4-3 win in the bottom of the 7th inning.
Oh my.
So give Swidrak the game-winning RBI on the pass ball as Barber was able to score, and this ball game is over with just one pitch from the relief pitcher. As we look at the replay once again, that one goes away. Here comes the run across, and that is the ball game, folks. Not in time, and Gunning Park is your 2004 Connie Mack champions.
Well, folks, stay with us because when we come back, we'll have both teams, and we'll have the outstanding player in today's game.
Good point. All right. Let's roll.
In there.
We'll handle this, man.
everybody to be very civil about this. You never know when a polyp is going to show up. Get the polyp early and stop colon cancer before it even starts. Just get a test from your doctor. Get the test, get the polyp. Get the cure. Please tell me somebody didn't just drop that there. It's like a foot away from the trash can. Yeah, that's like this foot fell away myself. Don't just take a stand. Act. The most powerful way is to simply register and vote. Welcome back to Gordon Park, where you've been watching Cleveland Connie Mack City Championship action. And unfortunately, we had to have a loser, but two outstanding teams played here today. One of them came in here with nobody thought in the world that this Morgana team would be standing here today. Dennis, this was a tough ball game, and you knew that coming in. But this team really stepped up in the playoffs and played outstanding baseball. You have to be awfully proud of them. I sure am. These guys just turned the whole season around come playoff time. They hit the ball all over the place, scored a lot of runs, and just did a darn good job. So I'm proud of these guys. And they're coming back next year, too. And that's the important thing when you look at this team, a young team. You had told us before the ball game your biggest concern was the defense. If we play well defensively, you had a lot of confidence in your pitching. You felt that you were going to be able to get enough runs off the Gunning team to be in the ball game. It really played out just like you said. Wallace Richardson pitching for you today, 12 strikeouts, really gave Gunning batters fits. And I know he's thought about going to Myers University, but Wallace, one of the things that we'd like to ask you, in a game like today, you're a little bit disappointed, but this team really played well in the playoffs, and you were really the leader. You and Thompson really brought these guys together, along with the rest of the team, to make it happen. Tell me a little bit, what was the big change from regular season when you started the playoffs?
I think the big change was confidence. A lot of them didn't keep their head up and didn't know how to play defensively when they make an error. Then, when the playoffs came around, I tried to pump the team up and they were more confident, so we played better.
I know you'll probably see this when you eventually go home on TV 23, and you'll think about that play covering first. They do it in the minor leagues all the time. The major league teams do it in spring training over and over again. You're probably saying, if I only had known, it could have been a completely different story. But your team played great. And the executive director, Beth Rosenblum, here for a presentation.
Congratulations on a fabulous performance tonight, and good luck to all you boys in the future. I know we're going to know who you are and what you're all about. Good luck.
There you go, Dennis. A nice job by the Morgana team here from Gordon Park. Again, they started out very shaky, 1-7, but they got hot in the playoffs and brought them to the championship, and it took one run and a few mistakes, but we do have a new city champion in the house, and we're going to go over to Adam right now. In 2004, Coach, when you look at this game, Morgana jumped out on top early with the error, and then they were able to score, but then it was a pitching duel. You look at these two pitchers in the game, Bircher and then Richardson, both kids were really on top of their game, and then you add in Mr. Blake at the end of the ball game, really a pitcher's duel in this game, but you guys came out on top with the big run in the bottom of the seventh.
Yeah, Mr. Wallace, I had to take my hats off for him. That guy's great. Like I said, we couldn't hit him at first, but I told my team, we got to relax, just play defense, just keep it tight, make sure they don't get ahead too much. So we kept it tight. Unfortunately, we took advantage of the errors they made and came on top.
When you look at it, you have some kids that played high school ball together for a couple of years. They've been in championship situations, and when you go to the bullpen with Eddie Blake, really nothing is lost when you go from Bircher to Eddie Blake.
Yeah, those two guys have been great this whole season. I can mix them up anytime I run. If I can go with Pete, he'll throw me a good game, and if he gets in trouble, I can get Eddie in there, and he'll finish it up.
Also, you have your shortstop, Ruben Davila, who also makes some great plays over at shortstop, and a big key in that infield for you.
Oh, yeah, I hope
participation. On behalf of the Cleveland Baseball Federation, we want to congratulate this fabulous team. And for Connie Mack champions, beautiful trophy. You earned it.
Thank you very much. Well, there you have our 2004 champions, Tim Wells, coming in here, and now we've got another special presentation.
Yeah, and when you look at this team, you think of Pete Butcher, you think of Eddie Blake, you think of DeVila, and you think of all the players on this team. We've seen them on TV 23 many times, whether it was the Connie Mack, the Mickey Mantle, John Marshall, the Senate Championship. Today was probably one of the toughest decisions that we've had to make. But when you look at it, there was outstanding play from several of them, Pete Butcher, Eddie Blake. But when it came down to it, we looked at the complete package, and there was one guy that we felt really kept the glue together. He had one hit, he scored a run, they turned a double play, and he was solid defensively the whole ball game. So our outstanding player in the championship game this year is Ruben DeVille.
Ruben, when you look at it, you've been in many championship games, and you didn't get one in the Senate Championship this year. How does this one feel, getting this one in Connie Mack?
Well, I mean, I couldn't really ask for anything more. This is what we've been working for all season, and I mean, it's nothing sweeter.
And you got to look at it. It's a nice individual accomplishment, but I'm sure the championship season is a nice end to the season.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, this is just something that the whole team earns, and I just happen to be fortunate enough to get this trophy and this award.
Well, Ruben, congratulations. Tim, we conclude a great summer. Weather wasn't that great today. Pretty typical of the summer that we had this year in Cleveland, but we had a great game. It came down to the bottom of the seventh inning, which you want to have, bases loaded situation, and a very tight ball game, and Gunning Park comes out on top.
You know, when you look at this game, and we're going to see it over and over again, I think of one great play after another. I remember when Joe Johnson came in, made the one-hand pickup over to first. They came back, threw the guy out at the plate. I mean, that's another run they cut off.
I mean, defensively, that was the difference. The Gunning team played great defense, and that was the difference. And when you go back and look, it's been several years, but this is the first time in several years we've had a team go 13-0 and become our city champions in Connie Mack, and Gunning deserves all the praise in the world for it today.
And also, you really have to give some credit for Morgana. Nobody expected them to be in this championship game after the start that they had off to the season, but they had a run in the playoffs, and you have to tip your hats to them because nobody thought they were going to get to this championship game, but they made a run at the end of the season to get to this championship game. They also deserve some credit as well.
Absolutely. When you look at the Morgana team, Wallace Richardson really put on quite a show. And I mean, when they go back and they're going to look at the mistakes, they're a young team. A lot of them are back. So it'll be another season that they can look forward to. And when we close, we always take a look at all those players that have been part, all the plays. It truly will be a highlight reel to watch.
Absolutely. So once again, the 2004 Connie Mack champions in the city of Cleveland is Gunning Park as they defeat Morgana here at Gordon Park. For Tim Wells, I'm Adam Mendoza. Thank you for joining us this year for the Connie Mack Championship on CLV TV 23.